Hi again. I literally just ate and I'm back to streaming because I couldn't leave you, and honestly myself, uh, like on an edge of almost doing something and then it's silently done, like I often do with streams. Um, let's fucking go right back into it. So, essentially, I need to rewrite my parser. The thing that I was proud of doesn't work. And instead of having two regexes, I'll do it a bit of a different way. I'll use like character iteration. So what we're gonna do is just take all this. Hold up, there's probably a better way of doing this. So let's vam gc and gc here. So let's just comment it out so we can come back to it. Did I forget anything about like streaming stuff? So you can hear me. It seems like, yeah. You can hear me. Stream health is good. Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so what we want to do is for line in status lines. Boom. So now we're gonna go through every line and line. I'm looking for two things to exist in Rust. Take, and it doesn't seem to exist. Skip. Oh, hold up. No. Let chars is line chars. Yes, that's what I'm looking for. So chars take exists and skip. Oh, brilliant. That's great. Okay, so this will work. This will work amazingly. Yeah, and it's going to be more simple too. Brilliant. So essentially, this whole entire thing that we have, let's just open it like here and do it like this. So what's the idea here? We go through characters, like character by character, and only if we notice R do we do the regex. And the regex is going to be different. So chars next. So we know that if there is at least one line, then there will be a first, a second, and more characters. We can just unwrap. So let's just match unwrap because it's safe. Great. So now we essentially are looking for a character. And it's the same thing as we do here. So first, the first character could be M. We do something. Could be A. We do something. Could be D. And we do something. Could be R. And that's like the very important part. And could be question mark. Fuck. No. Come back. Yeah. And then nothing. Right. So that's how you specify them. That's great. So okay. What we could have is 2 regexes. Right? So maybe we don't need to. So what happens if we encounter M? We now need the path. Right, that's interesting. So what we could do can we like clone it? Okay, so we yank T this, we paste it here. So we push chars clone, we can do that. Chars clone skip, we skip 2. So we have the current character, we skip once, that's the second character, we skip twice, and everything else we take. Take U size. I wonder, how can we take everything? Like, yeah, take everything. How do we take everything? Maybe there's some other way. All. What does all do? Tests if every element matches the predictor. That's not quite what we want. So it's not all. Any chain collect. Maybe collect actually. We collect everything else into a string. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. So if we encounter M, what we do is we clone the iterator, because we're going to need it again. And I do a very similar thing with the regex too. If you look at the right side, I do path clone, because we need path again a bit later. So we clone for that reason. Skip 2, so we're on the first character, we skip 1, the second character, skip 2, it's a space, and everything else we just take. And a very similar thing will be the case for a bunch of stuff. Let's yank inside B. Yeah, because that is going to be very similar. In that case, if it is, let's search for it. Yeah. Let path is this. And we clone it, meaning that if we don't use it, no worries, you know? No worries if we use it, it's okay. So let's CGN, path, and here too. Makes sense? So what we're doing here is we go character by character. We know that, oh, we can't skip 2 here. we cannot skip 2 there. Okay. So let first is this. So this is the first character, staged char, let's call it, to be more explicit, staged char, and we know that we can just unwrap it. Then, to get the path, we skip 2 characters from a clone of the iterator, very important actually. Because we don't want to go next or skip or take anything from the initial iterator, so we can still use it, right? And that's how we get the path. So we skip 2 and collect everything else. Pretty sure that's how it works, so that's nice. And essentially what we do here is stats. Hold up. Staged deletions, we push path, and we basically continue on like this. I used to have a solution probably exactly like this, something along those lines, and changed it to regex because I thought it would just work. It didn't. So to new we also push, and this is where we have to do magic. So if it's nothing else, we do nothing. Actually, this should be unreachable. Just recently learned about this thanks to Anonymous 1184, I think. This should be unreachable. No, it shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. Because it can just be an unstaged file, in which case we just ignore, do nothing. But if we see an R, that's great. Ooh, I see. What we should do instead is let staged or unstaged character is chars next unwrap. We unwrap here as well because there will be a character. If there's a line through which we are currently going through, there will be a character there, guaranteed. Unless it's not an empty string but an empty line somehow, but it super shouldn't happen. And now here, we don't have to clone, so we can DAE. Damn, that's actually pretty convenient. So now we can just skip 1. So we skip a space and collect everything else. Which is why now we can just pass path into R, because everything else usually means the path. But in R's case, it means not necessarily that. Okay. Let's start brackets here. Now I'm like basically thinking, do we need regex here? I think we do. So let's just, okay, so we let regex. There's only going to be a single capture, so we don't need a captures iterator. So grr 2, actually another time. So this is a regex, let's change inside these. And this regex is going to be pretty simple. We take, and then we have this, and then we take again. As simple as that. Now, I think just captures. So that captures is regex dot captures, and here we need to specify captures what? Captures path. Consider borrowing here. Okay, that's actually even better. Captures path, right? Correct. That's great. Okay. Once we capture, we have two groups. We add the first one. Now we can switch back to here. So stats renamed push captures 1. I'm recognizing now that if you have a rename, you should be checking the second character, like whether you do. And then I'm not even sure, like if you rename something, which is the modified file? Maybe maybe you stage something as renamed and then you modify it, so it'd be the first one. The second one is always the staged modification. Okay, so stats, staged modifications, captures 2. Really? Oh, 2 owned, I guess? No. How interesting. Why is that the case? Huh. Oh, option. Because it can fail. It won't. Now what? Okay. And 2 owned. And the same thing here. Here we go. I was gonna say brilliant. Hold up. Expected a string, found string. Interesting, so 2 owned in this case didn't do what we wanted. So 2 string, can you, 2 string Oh, I do it after. Cool. So I think it wasn't the owned. Yeah, it wasn't that. I see. Cool. So with renames, the first file with renames, the first file is the added one, but more specifically the renamed one, and it's also the one where you may have modified changes that haven't yet been staged. So when you think about modifications, is the first file, not the last one, the second one. The second one is always a staged modification. So once we make sure we count it here as a staged modification, wait, no, fucking missed it. Staged deletion, right? This is staged deletion. But when I act on renames, right, what did I do earlier? Right, that's how I did it. See, I already forgot. So the way I decided to do it is, if you want to act on renames, you want to act on both of those files. So if you wanted to unstage all renames, you want to do both of those. Oh, that's nice. So that means that we won't need to do some more regex bullshittery in the second session. That's nice. Okay. So actually, yeah, we push this, and we do this. Can we do this? Didn't think so. Didn't think so. Basically, we named, so we push this and then we push that. Let's go over this again. Let's check that the chat I can see. We'll see, I guess. So, what's happening here? If we see an M here, if we see an M here, great, that's amazing. We just add a staged modification. We do not care by the path that we got, which is broken now, which is strange. Why? Why? Oh, because I change it? What? Right. It seems like most iterators need to be mutable. Okay, so, yeah. If it's modified, added, deleted, new, we just add it and don't even think about it. But if it's renamed, then it will have two paths that we both add to the same thing. And anything else we ignore, because there isn't supposed to be anything else. If it's a space, then it's not staged, so we just skip. So that's why it makes sense to be there. When we look at the other thing, you can't automatically, or maybe you can. I'm terrified if you can. Testicles. Okay, let's get in it again. Rather, let's get a new file, open a new vim, asdf twice, get stage. Okay, we stage this file, commit, allow, empty, no edit. I thought it was smart. Okay. Now we move A to B, and no, not V. There's no V. No, there isn't. We open B in new of them and add another. Get out of everything. Right. So wait, hold up, what? Oh, that makes sense. No, the first file is a deleted one. So now B has modifications. That's silly. Okay. We add this. And what now? So now B has modifications. What happens if we remove B? Oh my god, it can be renamed and deleted? That's crazy. Well, at least, well, that's the only two options. But at least we're dealing with two options, not more. So, yeah, when you want to do something on all renamed files, what do you want, basically, is my question. So, in this case, if I want to stage all deletions, that means I do want to stage B. Yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay, that's fair. Let's try to put this into words. Let's try to put this into words. So we are done with the first letter. Now the second letter can either be M or D. And it can also be renamed. So first of all, we need to check if it is. We already have this information, we already checked if it's renamed or not. And depending on whether it is or not, we do different things. let mute is renamed false. That's how I usually do things, but I do realize that's not necessarily how you do it in Rust. True. So start with a mutable, starts out at false, and then becomes true if something is, well, true. Right? However, we could assign it a value like only once here, but then how do we make it, first of all, have a value for sure and not try to assign a value to it twice? So I think this is like the best way to do it as far as I know. So here, depending on whether renamed or not, we would do different things. Right, so match is renamed. If it isn't, let's just start with the simpler thing. If false, and right, first we already got the unstaged character, which is very convenient. Trying to think like how to enclose it. False match unstaged character. Why can't we do that? Well, of course. Right, so match is renamed. If it's false, now we should do it like this. Now we match the unstaged character. If it's M, so if it isn't renamed, it's pretty simple. We use stats unstaged modifications push path. Then, if it's D, we do a very similar thing. No, we do stats unstaged. What? Oh, right. This should be a comma. Unstaged deletions push path. And if it's neither of them, Jesus Christ. Ideally, we exit the match. Oh, we would anyway, right? Right. So if it's anything else, we do nothing. What if it isn't false? What if it is renamed? Then we match unstaged character in a very similar fashion. But before we do that, here we actually would benefit from having a block. So now we know that it's been renamed. So what we actually plan to do is apply our unstaged modifications only to the second file after the arrow, because the first one is just renamed. That's literally it. That's all. Yes. So in that case, if it's renamed, both the first file is staged deleted, the second file is staged added, and then it can be unstaged modified or deleted. That's what we're looking for here. I'm trying to make sense of this as much as you maybe do watching this. Okay. So here we'll have the M and D in a very similar way. I'm somewhat interested, or rather surprised. The errors that we see here are only here. What I'm surprised by is that we could use path multiple times. Oh, it's an owned string. That's why it wasn't moved, I guess. No, it was. I guess we'll get to that once we do. Yeah, it's probably going to scream at us. Okay, so here we know that it's renamed, and what we need to do is regex out the ladder path. So let path we shadow regex new, and it's also going to be pretty simple, but we do as many as we need, then this sequence, and then at least one. Right? Yeah. We unwrap it. First of all, I forgot the equal sign there. We unwrap it. Pretty sure this regex is correct, but after today I can't be sure. We unwrap it and we captures path this, and we also need to unwrap it because yes, we know that definitely captures. We have confirmed that there was a rename, and when there was a rename, there is definitely this structure of how it looks. So now we have captures. The only thing left for us to do is take the first group to owned. Now it's a string, which is exactly what we want. All right. So now if m, then stats, unstaged modifications, we push the path that we just got. And it's shadowed, so yeah, we take the correct one. We take the most recent one, and matter of fact, we don't have access to the outer path anymore. We shadowed it. But once we go out of this specific scope, so scope on the level of this, we'll be able to access it again if we need it, but we don't. So we push that path, and then we have D, which is stats, unstaged deletions. We push there, also path. And if it's anything else, well, like nothing, for example, we do nothing. Now, I wonder why this is the case. Oh, I see. Oh, I was looking at the rights too much. Let me guess. Path moved. Yep, thought so. So once we dealt with everything, it was like, well, hold up. You know? Path clone, which is why I cloned before. Let's just, actually there is a cooler way of doing this. Path, and then we, yeah. Let's YGN, CGN, bring this back and clone. We just borrow there, so it's fine. And here is either here or there, so we don't borrow. Where else? Wait, what? Type annotations needed. Interesting, to a string. Okay. I'm super, like, cautious. So let's do this and see. Let's GSA so we can see what we even have. Let's go to alien sample, gaf stage new. Yes, gaf on stage added. Gaf, hold up, gaf stage modified. Yeah, and by the way, the fact that it's showing this, don't worry, this is not like an error that's popping up. This is a debug macro in Rust that basically, as your code moves through stuff, debug will like show you what the expression is and what it evaluates to. But I think the last time the issue was the fact that spaces and dashes weren't supported. I doubt that it's going to be an issue now. Oh wow, this somehow looks cleaner. Maybe it's because I disabled like reborrow inlays in Rust. It's probably the case. Okay, so what am I looking for right now? To remove the debug. So let's rg debug. It's in gits 28. DSF. Another thing that I want to do is remaps for rejects and no and none. And this, yeah, remaps for rejects and searching. And I'm going to show off what I mean by that and why that's going to be helpful. Right now we focus on this. Okay, was I searching for that? I think so. Code is a bit more reasonable to look at in this kind of form. Ooh, that's too big. Let's, yeah, okay, this is nice. Actually, it's too big still. Just looked at my mic, like, imagine I was streaming this entire time and sound wasn't working for whatever reason. That would be funny. Because I'm gonna unveil something. After I end stream, I don't actually end stream immediately anymore. I turn off the video, then the audio, to wait for a bit, to make sure that the stream, and therefore the recording as well, turns off at the correct time, rather than cutting off in the middle of my speech because all the data wasn't transmitted to YouTube or something. It's weird, very weird, but yeah. So what we could do instead, if we look at this and this, we can see that it's the same exact thing. And we also call path in both of those places. What we should do is move out this. So let path match and so on and so on and so on. And yeah, let me show off what I mean by that by just straight up doing it. Let's do this a few times too, I guess. Match. So let path match is renamed if trill, if it was renamed, then we take this rejects but if false, if it wasn't renamed, then just path. See what I mean? And now it's way simpler. Sometimes it's easier to write something in a more difficult way, and then you make it easier. Well, it's not like it's easier to write something in a more difficult way, it's just your brain can only have so much focus. So it can't really focus both on how good the code is and whether it works. But then, after you make sure it works, it's way easier to refactor. Maybe I'm just saying very obvious things here, but I think it's an interesting thing that you continue on to notice time and time again as you program. These small little details, they're interesting. Okay. So let's look at this again. Let's look at the flow of the program and how it looks. First of all, we get status, which if it's an empty string, we move away. If it somehow isn't an empty string, but doesn't contain actual information, yeah, we'll skip this pretty much. Cool. So we get the iterator to characters. The first one, the first character, is the staged character, the second one is unstaged. We skip a space, everything else is the path, which we'll come to learn later is not necessarily the case. And by the way, we don't have the iterator anymore, which is okay. And interesting to notice, by the way. Then we assume that the current line, so the current thing on the line, current information on the line, that it's not renamed. Let's assume that it might become false, or rather it may become true in the future, but the default is false. Now let's check out what the staged character, so the first one, is. If it's modified, great, add it to modifications. We know that there's no complications. Oh, that rhymed, what the fuck? Same thing about these, just add them to the correct places. I'm just checking right now, and yes, they're indeed correct places. R, damn, god damn, okay. I know you, demon, I can fight with you. So, you see R, okay, we need rejects here. Here we have the rejects. Okay. I want to rewrite this. Let's do captures. We do it like this. Then hold up. Let's change. Nope. Let's change find dot. Change. Change find. Change search dot. Literal dot. I should do this more often, and that's where this thing comes into play. Let's do this. Nice, it does it for me. We have captures. Let's actually make it more readable. Let's dib. Let staged deleted. Holy shit, it put the semicolon by itself. I've been doing it by my own. It actually does it for you, that's crazy. Let actual, or rather renamed file. See? It put the semicolon there by itself just now, that's crazy. Staged deleted renamed file. So I can read these variable names. I can explain to the people reading my code that the first thing is the staged deletion, and it's also the reason for how we regex things out in the future in the next section. And the second thing is the renamed file, which we'll actually operate on, but both of them are renamed. Both of them are staged as renamed. I don't want to separate them as, oh, this is the added file and this is the staged deleted file, because this is pretty much the same as not recognizing renames at all. If you disable recognizing renames, that would be the behavior. There are some staged added files and some staged deletions. But I want to recognize them, and there's a specific different type. They're both renamed. So you probably want to unstage them together. I've been fucking around with these renames and they have been giving me the most issues today and overall throughout the whole time I worked on this program. So I better fucking come across a situation where I actually unstage renames. I better fucking. Okay, so then we push both of them to renames. This does make it more readable. That, look, the first one is stage deleted, the other one is the actual file. To maybe people who don't know or haven't looked into it, because I just kind of realized it recently, so yeah. And now, turns out, this thing is renamed, which is used here. We figure out if it is renamed, okay, we need to change up the path. It's actually not everything else, it's only the second path that goes after the what's its name? Goes after the arrow. That is now the path. If it wasn't renamed, well, we do nothing. It's all fine. Great, now we match the unstaged character. If it's M, we add to M. If it's D, we add to D. And here we don't need to change any code, we just add path, because this took care of everything for us. Alright, yeah. Not only did I go through stuff for myself to like understand it better, I hope that also explains to others what the fuck is happening there. Because you as a creator of your code likely know it the best. And also the least in some senses, which is interesting. Kind of like sharing tunnel visions with people. It's interesting. Right, so let's gaff unstage modified gaff stage new gaff unstage added. That's fucking brilliant. What the fuck? I love it so much. What sucks the most, I don't have some like super active repository where I can try things out right now. It's like fuck, you know? About active directories and such. Let's go to git not GitHub token. Yeah, it's exactly what you imagine it is. I'm so lucky I haven't like straight up shown it on stream yet. I hope that yet will stay there. Gaf. I'm going to add Gaf as a project. Another thing is probably Oklaner. So Oklaner is the project that I worked on massively and may change in the future, but probably won't. And Gaf. I guess, yeah, only active projects should be here. Projects that I want to track. Since my program like changes by itself anyway. Okay, see, like updated. So what about info? Let's go to info. What's there? Notice isn't supposed to be. What do you mean modified? Yeah. It's not supposed to be staged to begin with. So git remove cached notice, right? What happens? It's git remove, so remove from git and only the cached things. Right. Kind of wild that I remember that. Can something be deleted and modified at the same time? No, right? Yes, it can. Right? No. Because we don't track it anymore. But can something be deleted and then modified? Let's try to think about that. How would that happen? You stage the deletion of something and then you bring the file back with the same name. Well, at that point it just becomes a new file, not a modification. And once you stage that, that automatically unstages the staged deletion of that file, I'm pretty sure. Well, let's open testicles, which is really funny. Right, so we have this stage deletion. That's a perfect example. Let's touch A. Okay, like I add everything. Now it's just modified. So it didn't happen that it's deleted and then modified. Right, so if it's deleted, it's surely deleted. It won't be recognized in a strange way. Okay. Plus, even if it does, I take care of it. The only possible... No, not even. Actually, it's interesting that I actually take care of everything. So we do things that we need to do, no matter what. And then we don't actually care which characters came before. We track everything that can be possible here, except the question mark. I'm so sure that there can be question mark first and then another character second. Either both question marks or neither of them are. So even if I didn't think of something being possible before, it's still taken care of, which is interesting. Let me vape to let my mind rest. And get water. So, the project is fixed. And we're gonna have a very uneventful commit. Or commit message, I should say. Fix file, fix parser not recognizing paths with spaces or, which is very specific. But that's because I didn't know that my rejects didn't work. Boom, now it works. And it's not going to be useful, like GAF isn't going to be useful for me most times. But when I'm working on a project, it's going to be incredibly useful. Something like Alien Temple, for example. Very helpful. Like these watch later repository and watched repository, I don't want them to be staged yet. I want them to be unknown still. I'm working on this and I want to only like GAF stage modified. Like only that. And it also works really fast, which is cool. With all the bullshit that happens behind the scenes, it's very fast. But I guess it can only be so slow. It's Rust. Plus, I don't think my algorithm is ridiculous. Silly. Sure hope the stream doesn't break. Okay. Should be fine. Is it? No data. Which is crazy. It's good, not excellent. That's crazy. That bitrate is indeed horrible. Holy shit. I hope it fixes itself. Right. Yeah, okay. Check if Git is in the path first. So what I think is how you do it is you get the environment variable path, split it, which is already too much work. I mean, like, it's super easy, but a bit sus already. And then you look through every directory to try to find Git. If that's how you do it in Rust, which is, it's like reasonable, like that's how you do it, then I won't support it. Because I already have a thing that checks that to an extent. Let's just ask ChatGPT if it's some common operation that's known. It's going to give an actual answer. If not, I don't care. How do I check if a program is in the path in Rust? And I want to make sure get is in the path of the user using my program. And if it spits out logic, like, oh, you split and then so, and then I don't care. Like, it complicates the program for I'm not sure. Ah, interesting. Use a which. That's cool. I can actually pretty easily consider that. So, yeah. Yeah, I don't see why. Or rather, I don't see why not. And it's not a specific feature. Let's read it a bit more. Yeah. So we can still check stream, are you fine? It is. Great. That's perfect. So, that's interesting. So if it's not in the path, it's also not installed. Not necessarily. But this still is a path thing. Well, no, not necessarily. Maybe we just can't run git for whatever reason. Let's ask just straight away. Let's vim, because we can do that. Rust. Can this code return error if git is in the path, period. Can this code return error if git is in the path? I'm asking to consider, I think it will figure it out. I think it's smart enough to, yeah. At least I hope so. Water is so tasty now. New NR calls will not fail if git is in the path. An error will be triggered on the output call and return error in two scenarios. If the git executable is not found in the path, which is the error that your message is designed for. Thank you. That's fuck yeah. There was an operating system level error. So that is very rare. And that is the type of thing that you might as well, like, even unwrap for. Because this, by all accounts, should not happen, right? If git is in the path and able to run, but returns a non-zero exit status, Yes. I already do this. So in other words, no, we don't need which. Not exactly sure why which is useful in that case, since we can do it like here, right? But yeah, we can simplify this into get is not in your path. We simplify it and make the error message a bit better, I think. We are more specific. Like, get is specifically not in your path. I don't care if it's installed, I can't reach it. And I'm not going to account for, oh, your system maybe doesn't have enough RAM or something, because that by all means should not happen. And if that happens, the user will probably just try to run again. I sure would. And like, yeah. Cool. So basically, I already do this, turns out. Woohoo, next day. Move parse status into impl block. I see. Right, readme publish, that's, I think, for another day. We did this. So in parser, actually, is there an issue with this? Like just having it here? We pass a mutable reference to get status. Right, wouldn't it be better to implement it as a... It's private anyway. Doesn't matter at all. Does syntax sugar matter if it's at the cost of increasing indentation? I don't think so. Like, no, not really. And since you're not supposed to access it, the only person who would benefit from that syntax sugar is me, and I don't really care, so that's all that matters. There's an argument to be made that people who may want to do a PR to this repo would be like, fuck, this is like really annoying, and I want to change it. And if they do, I would actually probably even accept. Like, I don't mind it being there, but I don't see much point since it's, once again, private. However, one thing that I do want to change is move getting the status outside, because the name of the function is parse status. What we're doing here is parsing status, and we don't specify like what status, where we get it from, and so on. You have to dig into the function, and every time that I've got into this line of let status equals get status, I always notice that this is a bit strange that the parser calls it. It feels incorrect. It's doing, like, the function does too many things at a time, you know? Breaking single responsibility principle. So we should actually be calling get status in new. Actually, and that means that this is, oh, not really, but infallible. We return nothing. Yeah, that simplifies things. You don't need to do this. So here we specify status, which is a string, stats get status. Hold up. Get status. Okay, no, model get status string. Okay, we do it like this. Hold up. Don't actually hold up. Status. Oh, that's the only place where we use it. So get status, we use this. Now, this is infallible. Fuck. Ah, fuck. I'm so not used to not having X because it just moves me now. And that's very good, like, don't get me wrong. And now we pass status. Great. We give it a string of status. Actually, I want this to be called model 2. And this I want to be called get status as well, to keep up with the consistency. So we get a model of get status, and we get status as a string. And that is fallible. Then we use the infallible parse status by giving a mutable reference to the model and a immutable reference to get status as a string. Now this makes a lot more sense. I like it. I like it. Nice. So what did I do? Make sense-making changes? Semantical. What changed there? Yeah. What changed here? Oh, model. I see. Make formatting, I guess. Semantical improvements. Basically an error message that's better. Naming that's better. Moved out a thing from another thing to make it follow single responsibility principle. Now, to be fair, parse status does one thing. It parses status. It does it in quite a lot of lines. That's usually in C#, for example, or even on a hotkey. If a function is this big, well, it wouldn't be this big. But it's almost silly to follow the same standard / rules for Rust. Yeah, that's what I think. Cool. I think that's it. So the only things left is write readme and publish, and that I would want to do with like a bit more energy to actually like talk about the project more. So yeah, let's close it. Gaf is done. And I don't think there are any like particularly important changes, but just to be sure, I have the latest version. You Arch users, said an Arch user. You say you have the latest releases? No, I have them. Because I fucking compiled the code. I guess everyone could do it too. Just take my main branch, take the code, compile it. Right. Everyone can do it. Even if you're on Debian or something. True. Okay, that's it for GAF for now. There's still quite a lot of features that can be implemented. So we only did two things. We did GAF stage and GAF unstage. Nobody's stopping us from GAF and then we do something else. GAF ignore, for example. GAF ignore modified files. Not sure why you would want that, to be honest. But I could see it being useful to GAF ignore new. Like these new files that I added, ignore them. That's pretty convenient. Let's actually open an issue. GH issue, and how do we do this? GH issue create, okay, GH issue create, how do we do that? Create an issue on GitHub. Adding an issue to projects requires authorization with the project scope. To authorize, run. GH auth. Help. So refresh, help. Expand or fix the permission scopes for stored credentials. So I want all scopes. I want all the smoke, as they say. I sound like a boomer and I'm 20. What do you mean, as they say? Okay, so insecure storage, remove scopes, reset scopes. Additional authentication to have. Refresh scopes. Okay, so this, and I'm not stupid, I've been streaming for more than a few seconds, so I'll make you blind for a second, I'm sorry, so I can oath. It would be silly if someone comes in right now and it's like, your stream isn't working. I'm sorry, I'm gonna bring it back in just a second. And it fucking requires my mobile. It's so annoying. Like, goddamn. And now it should be like, alright, you're good. Authentication complete. Let me CLS to make sure you can see it. And bring back. Boom. Here you go. Now, actually, what I'm wondering about is docs, scenes, scene transitions, stats. There is a doc in OBS. I already have been streaming for 1.5 hours. God damn. Basically, what I'm looking for is chat from OBS. right? Like, I remember that being a thing. Docs. Sources. Controls. Whatever. I'll check that out later. Right, where were we? Gaff. GH issue create help. Wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Adding an issue to projects. I just did that. Assignee. Body string. Will prompt for one otherwise. Prompt how exactly? Body file. Oh, I see. Add labels by name. Milestone. Add the issue to a milestone by name. The -W flag is pretty nice. The fact that you can just use it to open the browser. It's kind of ironic. Let's run this again so it's more correct. Title. Okay. So, examples. We have examples. That's pretty nice. I found the bug. Nothing works. That's brilliant. Oh my god. I love that. That's so beautiful. Okay, so we have title, which is also -t. Label, views labels. Label bug. You can separate them. Bug, help wanted. Interesting how spaces are taken care of. That's cool. Label. Oh, you can separate them like that too. Assignee, me, and project roadmap. Okay, that's very simple. Okay, GH issue create title, and the title is going to be implement ignore action to ignore at least to ignore certain types of files. Now, how does it ask for a body? That's what I'm interested in. Does it open it in new Vim or not? Wow, that's brilliant. It does. That's so nice. Wow, that's so nice. That's so incredible. Oh, and it's in Markdown too. Mwah. Adding a few files and so adding a few new files and being able to gaf ignore new seems pretty useful. Unsure why you would ever want to suddenly ignore specifically. Unsure why you would ever want to suddenly ignore specifically all staged modifications, for example, but I don't see why. So this is both like a thing for myself in the future, if I feel like I want this, or for someone that's maybe interested in the project. They can look at the issues and they're like, ooh, cool, yeah, like I understand how the project works good enough, and that sounds like maybe a good practice, or I want to support the project, I could make this. I'm not like entirely sure if that's how the open source world works. It's very new to me. Where I'm from, what a hotkey, you don't really like do PRs and so on and so forth. Everyone just kind of sits in their own corner and does what they're best at. So when people recently started PRing to Uklaner, I was like, what, why are you doing this? Like, very surprised, you know? I'm not used to people caring about my project enough where they would contribute to it. I've helped a lot of people with my project, but usually in the sense of they maybe watch my video and take some code and used it, like modified it for themselves and so on. But it never happened that somebody would try to add features to my project. So when people started doing that with the cloner, I got really like surprised, like this is new to me. But I want to like become better at all this stuff. So maybe with an issue like this, which like suggests a feature that this should have, maybe I would facilitate people who want to add to the project and basically give a very clear explanation as to how they can do that. This is essentially a confirmation of this is something that I can see in the project. Because sometimes you can start doing a pull request, you implement a bunch of stuff, and then the owner is like, actually I don't want this like at all. And you're like, well, fuck. Submit. Nice. And we can open this link. Implement ignore action to get ignore certain types of files. Adding a few new files and being able to gaf ignore new seems pretty useful. Unsure what you would ever want to suddenly ignore specifically all stage modifications, for example, but I don't see why. Why not? Right. Cool. Yeah, it's excellent. And you know what I love the most? Oh, holy shit, it changed so much. You know what I love the most? I'm gonna be like very open here. It stresses me out when I see how many viewers I have. I heard that being like said by other streamers, and I'm like, I wouldn't care about that. No, I'm not special. I don't like seeing how many viewers I have. I like seeing chat and people talking, like messaging. I love that. But having the stress of, is anybody watching me, is just too much. which is why I have chat here now. So you can see chat, but not how many people are watching me currently. That's nice. Can we add an issue to a different project? And we only have flags. It doesn't seem like I can. Could be wrong though. Or rather, I hope I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Pretty happy about this. I know, 2 ends, you're not supposed to. I specifically did it because it's funny. Okay, so this, and I'm probably going to sleep after. So, let me elaborate. When I press... Wait, oh my god. I haven't... that sucks. Ah, fuck, I forgot. Ah, fuck. Okay. That fucking sucks. When I press this, it's not actually the default NeoVim search. It's my own search, which is a literal search. So if I search for something like a backslash, I don't have to escape it. If there's a backslash, it will get found. Because you can see here, it says start of the search, then backslash capital V, so very not magic mode, and the backslash is automatically escaped for us. Now, this also means that if I do backslash n, it finds nothing, because there is no literal backslash n here, which is an issue I noticed, well, while streaming, literally. So I can do something like this, but now I'm unnecessarily in regex mode. You see where I'm going with this? I want to have a leader plus some key to search specifically in regex mode, and I want one where I search in normal, absolutely like normal search. So what I want to do first is go here. We don't need gaff anymore, or this gaff. We don't need testicles. Actually, true. I don't need them. I would rather them be gone. Right, so we go to dot files, correct? We go to dot files, and just to be sure, let's go to NeoVim. Let's start to RG and leader, so we can figure out what I already have taken. Let's be more specific. Yes, this. Let's look. So, leader R is taken. Leader W and leader E, I don't think are. They are for camel case motion. Leader Q is taken. Leader A is taken. Leader S is taken. Leader D and F are all taken. Leader R is also taken. I'm not actually reading what's on the screen, I just remember. Right. F, S. Okay. But leader V isn't taken, and leader C isn't. I think leader C is going to be pretty sweet to use for a literal search. Leader V being the reject search. And then a normal slash is just a normal search with nothing. The reason why I want to have a more wanky, I guess, search by default is, first of all, because I can use it as a motion, and that's pretty nice. And second of all, I can use /E to end up at the end of the search. And third of all, being able to search for new lines without rejects. Now, to be fair, now I have a remap, leader A, that specifically searches for new lines. Let me show you that. I can do something like leader A, and now I can jump to new lines. Isn't that nice? And that's actually another thing. New lines, jump to end. Just so I don't forget, even though I intend to have it be done immediately. So it should be in big. Search for new lines, string repeat, and here we add this. Save, reload, leader A. And I can immediately show you off what I mean by /E. And your usual search, which I can make like this, or I think this should work too. It does. Great. I should remember that, by the way. You can do something like current, and then usually, if you press enter right now, you will end up at the letter C. But you can instead use /E, and this is called an offset. It's a feature I severely underuse in searches. Right, and once I press this, I end up on T. You can probably imagine how useful this is. Another thing, I want to jump to remaps. I replaced, hold up, not remaps, registers actually. I recently did these two mappings. And I noticed more times where I was annoyed by this fact that they don't occupy my register. Then I have noticed times where I was annoyed that they did. It's more convenient to have C occupy my register than not. However, I think the smartest solution to this is this. Now I could do the same thing here. And I actually see it. So how I use C or D is usually because I need to paste it somewhere. Yeah. So as I never really want to occupy my register, if I want it, I'll yank it or delete it, because pretty much always I just want to change something. I don't think I have enough brain capacity to like maybe replace a line, do what's needed on this line, and then remember that, oh, actually I still have it. But let's actually try it. Hello, glad to see you here. I finally finished GAF. It now works. You can go and install it. Not with cargo install yet. I haven't written the README yet. I haven't published it, but you could download the project and build it and use it. So you can stage new files, stage modified, and stage deleted. You can unstage renamed, added, modified, and deleted. I think I'm not forgetting anything. Yeah, so these are your options. Pretty proud of it, but also kind of tired. But you know, in this very nice feeling, tired way, that sure, I'm tired, but I feel satisfied. And this hasn't happened in a long time. For like a good few months, I haven't had such a good programming session where I was tired, hungry, but so satisfied with myself, to the point of, like, obviously I'm noticing that I'm not using the voice that I actually want to hear myself in, but even despite that, the thought that popped into my head is it's okay, you're still a woman even if you don't apply perfectly to gender norms. That is not the thought that would come to me in my normal state. Normally I would just hate myself. But I'm so satisfied with myself that I was able to come to this positive thought, which is new. That is legit just new. Or rather, I'm rediscovering it. So it's so nice. Right now, yes, it hits so different. The feeling of like putting a lot of your energy into something and seeing it pay off is so satisfying. Right now, I'm considering widening my horizons with NeoVim. I had these mappings, so I had these this mapped for a while. Recently I added these and recognized that they're more annoying than helpful. I'm gonna try to use this. So whenever I want to delete a line, maybe what I actually want to do is replace it. I know what I've been wanting for this entire time. Oh my god, yeah, that's so true. What I wanted for this entire time is the ability to move my register, like default register, into some specific register. That will change everything. Function to move default register into specific register. I think I more or less know how to do that as well. Let me try to show you an example. Say I change side word, or rather, okay, let's say I change these two, like I delete them. with intent to move them somewhere. And then I'm like, oh, actually, like, I want to change this word. And I can't, because I don't want to occupy my register. So the ability to move a register to somewhere else is going to be really huge. So currently I have these two lines in my default register. Then I press something like leader X and then maybe F. And now I can safely change this word and occupy my register. I think this kind of idea, because I've been wanting to be able to do that for a really long time, it's like a pain point. I finally noticed it, the fact that I can do something about it. Ideally, I shouldn't stream for another 3 hours, but fuck, that's so exciting. So yeah, that's why I'm considering this, because I think it's going to be a better practice. So, search for character, search for register, literal search. So literal search will be leader C and then leader capital C, and then remaps first of all let's commit this. Disable C, capital C, S, not occupying register. That's an issue. Registers can be useful and annoying at the same time. I know, right? I guess I'm more so... The number one thing that I'm annoyed by is the fact that yanking something to a specific register also occupies the default register. If it didn't work this way, I would be so fine, because if I ever need something for sure, I can just copy it to a specific register and be fine, right? But I can't do that because I'll still override the default register. Being able to just move the default register somewhere else, or copy it, I guess, that will be so huge. And with that, I can embrace the more effective, I guess, native style of NeoVim, and that's going to be huge. That's a questionable default behavior. I know, right? Like, why would I yank to a specific register if not to not touch the default one, right? Like, if I don't care about what's in my default register, I won't be using like a specific register then, because it's just more keystrokes for no reason, right? So I'm only using it because I want to keep my default register safe. So it's like, why? Why does it do it that way? And I don't know of a setting that you maybe could turn on that would change this behavior. And if there is, I wouldn't need to write a function that I'm going to write right now. And it would be great, but I don't think it exists. Right, so, and remaps, so for rejects is V and capital V. Let's reload. And now something I can do is map. First of all, I finally can see what I'm like typing in, and for the most part it's going to be fine. Also, if we paste over a selection, it copies the selected word. What? Wow, that's terrible. Why would it do that? That makes no sense. I'm going to show you a solution though, because I don't have that problem because I have a solution. And now I can use /E to end up at the end, which is very convenient. But my solution, let's say I yank this. I want to replace this line with what I just yanked. GRR. The plugin is replace with register. This way, like with GRR, we still have this thing in our register, and we can continue on. I hope I didn't delete anything important. Right, so yeah, super convenient. Not sure what else to say. I guess plugins. Yeah, so Vim scripts replace with register. Yeah, let me paste it in chat. I've been using it a lot because it's surprising how often you want to replace something with something else in your register. And you can also replace something with something in a specific register. I use leader P to replace selection without copying. I see. I like replace with register specifically because it allows me to have dot repeatability. Because otherwise I would use a remap if even. But the fact that I can dot repeat, so I can YY and then GRR and then dot, that is very huge for me, like to be able to do it at all. And I actually use it pretty often, but usually it would be GR inside word. Yeah. That's a cool plugin, I'll check it out. For sure. I hope it's going to be useful to you as well. It's probably one of my most useful plugins. The most useful one is probably targets.vim. Yeah, let's go through each one of them to see which one is the most, the most useful. So replace with register is very useful. Targets is even more useful. Vim Sneak is pretty nice, but I don't rely on it like incredibly. I should be using it more. Easy Align, I don't remember the last time I used it, to be fair, because the formatters remove all alignment, but I like this plugin a lot. Last place, I mean, it's just nice quality of life, but it doesn't really matter. Camel Case Motion, less than the others that I pointed out. New Vim Surround, of course. That's probably more useful than replace with register. But they're like very close. New Vim Various Text Objects. What did I even gain from it? Fuck, right. Inside value and inside key, which I completely forgot today about. I should have been using them a lot, probably. R is also very useful, and let me show you what R does. So you can capital R and it deletes until the end of this current indent block. Should remember that as well. DSI does this. CN is a text object until the end of the line except the last character. Very useful. That I am used to. GL, which is a text object for a link. Inside number, which is for me VIU selects inside number, which at least feels like is very useful. There are more, like inside member or inside change things. So object method, and you can change inside E. And it's actually changed inside M by default. So yeah, that's also very useful. And all of these that I just listed, it's from a single plugin, NeoVim various text objects. So let me share that as well. It's strange that, yeah, like I activated the window, but I'm not there. Like, what did I activate the window for? I think I can get away with not putting these into the description specifically, because the VOD watchers can still see chat, right? Like, yeah, I think it's fine. Right. Same. This is exactly why I have a corkboard that literally has sticky notes listing all of those text objects and all the other bullshit. So you can continually keep looking at the corkboard from time to time, practice them, and get them into what I use. It's like all of that together is difficult to remember. I spent a few hours today programming, and I straight up forgot some of them, like fully. When in reality they're useful, they're just not what I'm used to. Right, so let's commit. Back to default. Literal. Regex. All right. Boom. Cool. Now, let's create a function called move default to other, and we also do search operator, and okay, input register key, this validate register. What does that do? I forget. Ah, I remember. You know why it's going to be so useful? How many times, and I'm sure I'm not the only person having that issue, how many times have you copied something, then tried, yeah, I vape. How many times have you copied something, then tried to paste it somewhere in another application, and then you're like, fuck, I didn't yank to system clipboard, and then you have to yank again. You won't have to anymore once we write this. So we validate register. We don't need to escape it. We just do register stuff. So we validate register. Then get, okay. So we just paste. And also the numbered stuff is so useless. Like, it's not just the second thing that was in your register, like default register. No, it's some random bullshit. Your second, at least a line, specifically deletion. Now, how is that useful? It's so like inconsistent. It's so hyper specific. There's a lot of in NeoVim and Vim that it just makes no sense to be that way. Like, it's almost incredible, but then it has some weird ass behavior. That's nice. So input register key to move your default register 2. I know it's like a lot of words. I might change it in the future, but okay. First of all, we get a character. Let me immediately show you what get character is, so that you can use it. However, that you will just have to copy from GitHub. This is the literal character that NeoVim interprets as the escape character. Now, I'm not sure how to do this better than this. So we get a character. Basically, it expects us to type a single character. If we do nothing, or if we press escape, then we, well, do nothing. Then we get that character and validate register. What do we mean by that? This is specifically a me thing. I remap Q. When I access the register, Q actually accesses the system register. W is the last yank register, and the single quote register is just the default one. So we basically change them to be the actual ones. It's a remap, pretty much. So if you want to implement this function, and maybe you don't remap your registers, you just straight up won't need this line. I gave up and set the system clipboard as the default for him. Yeah, I can see that. But then it just, like, I thought about doing it, but then I recognized that it just brings in more annoyances that I have to take care of. And I'm like, fuck. What happens if I yank, delete, bring back, and paste? See, that's another behavior that I think is silly, but I can very much see the other side. I would rather, like, if I specifically undo. So let me try to re-explain. I just yanked something, and then I did a deletion that I undid. I would rather keep now the previous thing that was in my register, not the current one. Because if I wanted to yank this and not actually delete it, so if it wasn't a mistake that I just undid, I would instead yank. You see where I'm going with this? But this is like behavior type of stuff that I'm not sure how to, like, how I would fix. I probably wouldn't. I don't think I know enough NeoVim to be able to do that, but that would be so incredible because it's behavior that makes sense. Right, so we validate the register, and now we don't need to escape for a little search and all stuff. We validate register, local, right, so local default contents. Yank and delete cut should have different registers in my opinion. I actually agree. I super mega agree. Yeah. Well, actually, no. Let's consider this. Do I? I don't want any time when I paste. I guess No, I guess no. Like, I don't want to access a register anytime I do any operation, you know? Maybe. And that would be a huge change, by the way. All deletions. Okay, so if you don't specify a register, it automatically uses the yanked thing. And then you can specify the deletion register to be specific about a deletion. I think that would be less efficient it would be easier significantly, but less efficient. So no, it's surprising, but I wouldn't change that type of behavior, because even something like change inside, the fact that it touches your default register, it's annoying, but if you get used to it and use it to your advantage, you can change this function to something else and then gr inside this. You know, it's very difficult to think through. It's a lot of mental overhead. But if you can get used to using that, you can be super powerful. I haven't gotten to that point yet because it's so it's difficult, like, to think that way. It's a very different way of thinking. So default we do vim fn get reg and the register in this case is the default register. Now, what I'm essentially hoping for is help set reg. Didn't think so. Help neovim set. Okay. Neovim set reg. I might already do this somewhere. Let's look through. So we can get the register. I'm trying to figure out a way to set the contents of some register in code. Let's ask ChatGPT, as we've done many times on this stream today. Boop. Discord IntelliSense is horrible. What I hate most about it is that you have to use it. You can use Telescope if you're inside Neovim to search through help. I don't have Telescope, and I don't really want to have it. But cool, I guess. How do I set the contents of a register programmatically in Lua for Neovim? I hope it gets what I mean. I doubt it. I super doubt it. I super doubt that this exists. Or rather, I super doubt that it's that, you know? What? Okay, set var global variable name set. What other sets are there? Set. Oh, Neovim set. Yes, let's go to the top. Set key map, set client info, highlight client info, current buffer. Sets the current buffer. Buffer is a file. back. No, we're not. And now we're back. Well, I super doubt it. Super doubt that this is true. But so let's try it, I guess. By the way, Discord added these, which like finally, goddamn. You could say that you should be thankful, not annoyed, but I'm not going to be thankful to a company. Yes, full lefty mode right now. So, this instead of X, fuck, this register instead of CAQ default contents. So in theory, this should work. Map in normal mode, leader X, move, oh wait, what fucking search operator am I even talking about? Okay, let's reload. Matter of fact, let's open new of him again. Let's say something. A yank inside this. Move to F. Thought as much. Let's try again, maybe. Yeah, thought as much. Set variable and global variable. Let's try to vvar something. Dictionary is locked. Interesting. Vim function getReg. Let's look at getReg, because maybe there are other things here. Let's do it this way. We can read more easily. getReg. Right. setreg. Oh my god, setreg. 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 Wait. Undefined. Do you remember me? Like, basically, can you? Did I really not search for setreg? I find that hard to believe, but maybe that's the case. I guess what happened is I didn't even try. I just went to ask ChatGPT and it told me a different thing, and I kind of just forgot about trying to look for setreg. Is that what happened? I immediately forget. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Right, and why would I do that? No, that would make sense. It's probably what happened. When function set reg. Okay, so register, and the value is default contents. Deja vu. Not quite, I guess. Deja vu, though, is such a cool feeling. Sometimes you get it and you're like, whoa, what the fuck? Something. I remember I was like high on weed once, and it works, by the way. Holy fucking shit. And the deja vu I was having was crazy. Like, I felt like everything has happened already, and then I got like surprised by that fact, and then I got deja vu over that surprisement, and then I got deja vu over that deja vu over that surprisement, and so on and so on. It was like an infinite cycle. And the dude, who I barely knew, by the way, really cute boy, who just kind of decided to smoke weed with me, which is very adorable now that I think about it. Like, who I definitely didn't know in the past. I felt like I already had this situation with him in the past. It was like, whoa. I had the same thing. I guess we all live the same life as MH. True. Right, so now I can do... It's interesting, but it's easier for me to press Z than to press X. So I'll probably do leader Z and then stuff. No, X makes more sense because I can press Q easier. But ideally, I would want to leader T. Leader T. Yeah, leader T is honestly the best. Not the part of the dude in weed. Wait, what then? Wait, then I don't get what deja vu specifically you're talking about. Deja vu, I've been in this place before. High on the streets. Na 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 na. Leader G is probably the best because register, you know? Really like looking for scraps here with mnemonics, but I think it's pretty nice. Leader G, does it do anything? Doesn't seem to be that way. Okay, so in that case, boom, and we close it without saving. Here I went on to type a lot of text. And I yanked it. Fuck, actually I needed my system register. Clipboard, it's called the fucking clipboard. Fucking nerd. Leader JQ. It worked, by the way. It's just strange that it doesn't remove itself after you do it. Wow. Like the similar feeling that I've been in the same situation before. Yeah, it's such a magical feeling. You're like, what the fuck? What the hell? It's really interesting. Another really interesting thing, holy fucking shit. It works. It fucking works. I didn't expect it to work. Or rather, I didn't expect to be able to implement this easily, I guess is what I should say. I expected it to eventually work. Not even fully, but I didn't expect it to be that easy. So now, say I say yank text because I know I want to use it somewhere. And here I go here. I want to replace this. Hold up, let's move that to A, and let's change this to something else. And I still have text in the A register. Mwah. So now anytime I want to change something but feel like I can't because what's in my current register is important to me, I can just move it aside to somewhere else, do whatever I want, and use it still. And once again, one of the most useful things here is that I can yank something and then move it to my system register, to my clipboard, I mean. That is so incredibly big. So I recommend you use it as well. I recommend everyone watching the stream or the VOD, or I don't know, maybe, I don't know how you got here, but basically I super recommend this because it seems incredibly fucking useful. Let's try to use it in VS Code. I don't see why it wouldn't work. Yeah, so this still is here. Let's print. Yeah, let's try this. Fuck, I formatted. Lua formatting is kinda annoying. I have to go through your dot files and steal everything useful. I have a lot of stuff useful, so while you're here, I'll go over the other stuff I have in this big .lua file and show you why I have it, why it's useful, so on. So do this. Okay, what if I do it like this? Basically, I want to remove the bottom thing to make sure it like removes itself. Let's try this again. Interesting. Let's try to print a new line. No, it's still there. What happens if I... Yeah, here it works. It doesn't work here. Oh. No, not this. Control 7. No, Control 7. 8. What happens if I search for a character? Okay, what if I switch to A? How do I stop this thing from bothering me? Right? Because then I have to do something specific to remove that. Neovim echo. What does true stand for? Let's yank this and then move it to the system register because I just realized I needed it there. Okay, I'm lying. I knew, but it's pretty nice. Right, history. True, add to message history. Interesting. So no options. We have prompt. History. let's try false. Let's try false. Say we yank this and try to move it somewhere. No, no. True. That means it shows up when you type message. Ah. Oh, thank you. I didn't know. I haven't ever used it. So that's not what we're looking for. Essentially what we're looking for here is to shut up the NeoVim echo. I already shut it up in NeoVim, but not in VS Code. And I think a way to do it would be this. It's kind of strange. We have an options table with another table, prompt with a comma and nothing. Well, this we definitely don't need it in history. I think that will work. No. But wouldn't that take focus of your input again? No, I don't think so. No. No, it doesn't. NeoVim echo. So we're just getting the character via this line. This line actually gets the character. Oh, I see what's happening here. Ah, So this is how we get the character. The NeoVim echo is just the prompt that shows up and tells us something. So what I'm trying to do, I guess, is figure out how to print an empty message, or a new line, I guess. Optional parameters. Okay. Text highlight group arrays. For no highlight. DAA. No. Well, I guess it's not an argument, is it? DV capital F, comma. Prompt. Why prompt? No, don't prompt. I don't know what this will do. First of all, let's remove this print so we can debug in the most clean sense. Right, I don't have anything in my register, so we do have to keep copying, I guess. Ooh, it's not an array with 1 or 2 strings. Gotcha. So we add a string. Does nothing. What if we do this? Right, so this is what it writes. Okay. I might be close. No, not really. Chunks. A list of text arrays, each representing a text chunk. Okay. Let's ask ChatGPT again. Where am I? Let's just vam. I could have just yammed it and then moved it to my... Ah, that's so nice. I think that's elaborate enough. Once we figure this out, I'm gonna go over the useful stuff and kind of explain how some of my functions like these work, or at least where to find them. Stay tuned, I guess. Okay, seems simple enough. Let's try to make this work. Okay, I actually can very much see this working. It was too long. How interesting. Let's yank something and let's try this. Still stays there. Well, in that case, what I'm really annoyed by is by how long it is. So just make it like this. Yeah, that's good enough, I think. Because in NeoVim, it works anyway. Does leader G do something? Because I can see a delay, and it's not supposed to have a delay. How interesting. RG leader G. No. Interesting that it has a delay then. It's not really supposed to. Well, that's okay. Yeah, whatever. Done. Works. It does exactly what I want. So let's commit this. Yank. Oh, I forgot. I keep doing this because it's so fun to be able to use this. It's great. The amount of times I yanked something and forgot to yank it to the correct place. Now we can fix all of that. It's so nice. It's like, Try redraw or redraw status. Ooh, that sounds like yeah, redraw. How does that work? Redraw pending screen updates now, or the entire screen if is included. To clear the screen, use mode or Control L. Useful to update the screen during a script or a function. Ooh, thank you. This seems like something that may work. So we have redraw, Vim API. What was it? Like, what was the format? NeoVim command. Okay. NeoVim command redraw, you say. Okay. That seems promising. Nope. Okay, so we had redraw, status. Nope, also no. I imagine... Hey, hello! I streamed collectively. Okay, so 4.5 and almost 3. 7.5 hours today. I'm trying to remember who Isabella is because I recognize this. Right, from Phineas and Ferb. Oh my god, that's adorable. Right, so I finished the gaff. Works now, and it's very, very nice. And I just implemented some amazing functionality for NeoVim. Yeah, absolutely. I think like it would work and do its thing correctly in the NeoVim scene, but the VS Code interaction, I guess, is too janky to do what we expect it to do. Maybe some issue with the Neo... Yeah, probably. What's gaff? Hun, I've been talking about gaff. It's the program that I wrote the regex parser for. Yes, definitely. Or git as fuck. I don't know, that's cute. I like it. It's adorable. Yeah, so gaff works. Amazing. Like, let me try to show it as an example. We go to GSA, and oh, would you look at that? Let's go to info. What's in our git status? Actually, I want to unstage every staged something. So I'm like, gaff unstage deleted. What? That's crazy. Isn't that nice? By the way, I do want that staged. I'll go on record saying I want that staged. That's exactly why I'm staging it, so that it's fuck, shouldn't have done that. Well, gaff unstage modified. Right, gif remove. I know, right? Like, it's super cool, I think. Right. For some reason, I thought you were still talking about your prompt thing. No. Well, I got the idea of gaff from making this. The scary part for me of this was making the parser, and once I made the parser for the amount of stuff, I got like brave to also make a parser that also includes files, like file paths, and that's where I got the GAF idea from. So now I can both have this and do different actions. So it's like, it's the stream that's delayed, not the chat. Yeah, you're correct. That's the best, technically, thing I've seen today. And I've worked a lot of rejects today, so I had contact with a lot of technically. So, how many times have you wanted to search for a selection and then recognize that it's not actually a feature? What the fuck? Well, I made it a feature. You might say that, oh, actually, in NeoVim, there's a default binding that makes the star search for selection, doesn't it? Yeah, about that. Takes a good 10 to 20 seconds. That's actually good. Used to take 30. Basically, my processor can't handle less than that. The first stream that I had like low latency, which is pretty much immediate. And that was way too much on my system. I don't think I can change it midway. Doesn't show you, right? Yeah, it doesn't. It would be silly. Right. I'll try low latency next stream. See if it's like bearable. But when I was on Windows, it wasn't. Maybe it's a Windows issue. Probably is. So you might say, what? Am I Australian or just broken? You might say that there's this binding already in NeoVim by default, where it searches for selection. Right, until you search for a backslash or any other special character, and then it just doesn't work anymore. I might even just be dreaming about this. Wait, what about that search for selection? That's the default in VS Code. You can, if you select something and then hit Control F, the search is automatically populated by the selection. That is not the case in Vim. And if you're using NeoVim, you functionally want your searches and selections to be on the NeoVim side because you get to have more features with them. For example, can you search for something in VS Code and then always end up at the end of the selection? Pretty sure you can't, at least not this easily, which is why you want your selections and your searches to be on the NeoVim side, not on the VS Code side. And the default search for selection in NeoVim is sometimes broken because it doesn't take care of the special characters. And this thing takes care of them. So basically what we do is we yank the selection. Actually very important to remember. This will touch your default register. Yeah, I didn't realize the NeoVim extension also overrides the default search thing. It doesn't. You can still use default search. It's just that you shouldn't. It's like it's worse for you. Because say you select something and then you want to change selection or I don't know, like copy selection or maybe select selection, duplicate it, whatever. So you can use the VS Code search and select and so on. It's still there. It's just that you're missing some very core features of NeoVim, which you would get by trying to implement the NeoVim search into your workflow. It can be a bit rough at first because it has some like annoyances here and there, which I'm fixing. Select selection. Okay, well, select what you found. Select what you found. Not sure how to say it well. Right, so yeah, or maybe select or copy what you found into a specific register. So you can to register F yank GN, and there's no reasonable way to interact with VS Code findings from NeoVim. Yeah, I meant that. So after we yank the selection, we get what's in the default register, which we just copied to, and then escape for literal search. This function, among many others, is in my functions.lua file in neovim.files. Pretty sure every single video of mine has the link to my .files. Every stream, every video, so you don't even have to go to my profile directly on GitHub. You can go to any of my videos. You'll see a link in the description, which I think is pretty convenient. So in escape for literal search, we escape backslashes with double backslashes and forward slashes with backslash forward slash. All we need to do. And now we have escaped everything that we needed to escape. Now we use feed keys, incredibly useful function, which is just a simple abstraction that simplifies doing this thing. Essentially, feed keys is for whenever you want to act as if you pressed those keys yourself. And feed keys int is the same thing, but it will see some special characters like this or this as their actual characters, so it won't see them literally, it will interpret them as, in this case, enter and escape. Great, so we first concatenate search operator, which is either forward slash or question mark, depending on the direction that you want. Then this little thing, which is the magic level, which in this case is very no magic. Sounds hilarious, but basically is the closest thing you can get to a literal search, because there's no fully literal search, which is wild. Yeah. And then escaped selection, which is the thing that we got, which is the literal escaped text. Then we send enter, and boom, we're done. We just search for selection. Now, you're probably thinking, why do we need this? Because if we try to not have it, there won't be enough. There's going to be a race condition, because after we press yank, what we just copied hasn't gotten to the default register yet, and we are already getting the default register. So we need to wait for this to complete, so we get the what's in the default register that we just copied, not the previous thing. You know? And throughout this process of explaining things, I noticed something that I got annoyed by. Oh, I think I know what that was. Maybe I wanted this to become this by default. Maybe I will in the future, but so far it's probably better if I don't. Okay. Search for selection. Boom. Literal search. Same idea, but you actually use it. I just watched a video from the Primeagen that shows you can buy legit looking GitHub stars with money. I'm super not surprised, but, or rather, I'm surprised, but I shouldn't be. Like, goddamn, wow. I never really paid attention to stars. Like, let me rephrase that. I never like built a project and published it while thinking, damn, this might get so many stars. Never really. But obviously, when I do see stars, I'm like, nice, big number. It's very enjoyable. So when I see new stars, it feels good, but it never was like, I guess, a goal. I never make projects because they're going to be popular, like, for other people. Generally, I build projects because I need them. So I'm a pretty selfish programmer. No wonder I don't help on the AutoHotkey Discord server anymore. I'm pretty fucking selfish. Yes, but it kind of shows it's used, liked a lot. Yeah, definitely. So literal search is exactly this, but instead of selection, we get to type in. So we use input here and escape for literal search, which I think, yeah, I already showed you. And everything else I already explained as well. So if we search for nothing, meaning if we press escape, we do nothing. Otherwise, we search. So that is, for me, it's leader C. I just crashed my browser's DevTools. How? What did you do, Misha? Right, so now you can search for everything literally. However, you can see that you don't see the preview of what you searched for, but it does work. Very convenient. All right. Like if you see a project with considerable amount of stars, it's probably safe to trust it generally. Yes, and that's how I think too, which now makes me a bit scared because, right, stars can be bought by maybe people who... But hold up, what fucking dumbass would upload malicious code on GitHub? The same type of dumbass that person is not a dumbass because they attract other dumbasses that didn't check the code, and I'm not an exception, by the way, that see it on GitHub, think, oh, it's open source, therefore it's safe, and it has many stars, whatever, I'll install it. Yeah, that's actually scaringly smart. Huh. Well, that sucks. I thought even more, and I do want change to inside queue. I do want my default searches to have the V thing, not malicious code, but more sly marketing. This, I guess, that's the best case for that. But I mean, like, if you have an open source project, it also implies that it's a free project. So, like, why are you marketing it? What's the benefit to you? So I recently got an idea to build a Telegram bot that will basically give you links to random posts in a channel. So you give it the first link of the first ever post and the last link. And then you can keep pressing the same button for the bot to give you a link to a random post. The idea came to me because I use I use Telegram for porn almost exclusively. I talk with some people there too, but mostly porn. And there is annoyingly not a shuffle feature that I could use. I can't just like, oh, shuffle this entire channel and just give me random stuff. And I wanted to implement it. However, I want to store the user session for the Telegram bot so that it's remembered the channels that you basically registered, their first message link, their last message link. Then you can also update it, obviously. And then also, if it gives you an incorrect link that doesn't work, you can mark it as broken. All of that needs to be stored. And what's somewhat annoying, as far as I'm aware, I can't really make a no, I guess I can make a private mode bot. I just don't know how. Out here solving real world problems. It's true though. It's so annoying. I have so much porn that I need a shuffle feature now. Because otherwise I'm missing out on my own saved porn. Not the hero we deserved, but the hero we needed. Right, so the issue with this entire thing, I need to store potentially a lot of stuff. And if it's just for me, like just a bot for me, that's fine. But how do I make sure it's just for me? Good question. So I have an option to like have that bot run it pretty much always to make sure I can use it. But then if somebody comes across my bot, they can also use it, and obviously it's going to be programmed to be able to account for more people than one, because that's how you program well. Okay, well, now the fact that this person discovered my bot is a bad thing. They're using my storage. I don't necessarily care about them using my bot. I would rather them not do that, you know? So in this open source project, if I promote it in any way, I'm at a disadvantage. Because fuck, I didn't want you to use my bot, and therefore use my fucking storage. You asshole. I could make it auto clear after some time, I guess. It's probably the way to go. But like, I wouldn't be winning if my project was more known. So I'll try to like hide it. I'll definitely not pin it. I won't make a video on it, I imagine. I'll put it in my resume, but I'm not gonna be wait, can I put it in my resume? That's a question for another day, but basically my question is, why would you want to market your open source project? More often than not, you'll be losing something, often money. I think people who actually use it will prefer to self-host it. Yeah, probably. But that's a good point. Instead of just making it public, just because your code is open source doesn't mean you have to publish the bot handle. Well, yeah. Oh, right, I didn't connect those dots because I already planned that I wouldn't post the bot API, obviously, but I didn't connect it that it also meant that, right, so I don't have to run the bot for everyone. I could just post the bot code, and then people can define their own private bot, and I do the same thing. I just define the bot for myself, and then I can make content on it if I want to, which is pretty nice. Yeah. Okay, that's what I'm gonna do. Because, God forbid, this is not going to be a paid project. You know, we programmers probably have heard this phrase many times over. Oh my god, this is so cool, you should sell it. It's sweet in a way when people say that, because they're like very, they're impressed in a very natural way. But it's like, to fucking who? To who do I sell, I don't know, my fucking calculator? Okay, maybe not that. I made Snake in other hotkey once. I wouldn't be surprised if someone said, you should sell this to someone. To fucking who? Like, my code wasn't even that good. If I can pay for porn, why would I be using Telegram? Should I? I don't see why it's an issue. I've paid for porn on Telegram. It's actually one of the, like, I guess, I'm not sure if I can call it cool, but Telegram contains a lot of different types of porn, and you get to find private channels that you can pay for, which are actually worth it. Almost most of the time. Like 40%, I guess. Yeah, so... But I sure as hell wouldn't be fucking paying for a shuffler bot, like, be real. It just shuffles, that should be a feature to begin with. Hey yo, what? What kind of niche stuff are you watching? That I am not disclosing. Really niche stuff. Which I'm embarrassed about. So I'm not gonna be talking about that. Right, so let's come back to big.lua. How on point. Just talked about porn, big.lua. So we have literal search. We have search for register, which is similar to literal search, because you can just put something here to search for it literally, or you can go straight away, leader F, and then maybe search for your clipboard, or search for A. Let's yank something to the default register, leader F, single quote, and we just search for what was in the default register. I've seen a fair share of fucked up shit on Telegram. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm there. Coincidence? Definitely not. Yeah, that was all planned. That was my fucking master villain plan. Yeah, so we can do something like 2F until the end of the line. And I know for sure there's at least one more line like this on this file. We can leader FF, boom. Very convenient. It's very similar to just using literal search. Hold up, literal search and then Control R F. but it also does validate register. Yeah, also does validate register, which is convenient for me specifically. Reddit supremacy. I use Reddit for porn too, mostly for femboys and trans women. Yeah. But I haven't really found that great stuff on Reddit. Telegram though, I guess I've just been on Telegram more, and working with media on Telegram is easier too, like downloading stuff, moving it to channels. So I have my own private channels with porn in categories, and when I discover it's on other channels, I forward to my own channel so I can come back to them. So that's the idea of the bot. I give the bot the starting and the ending link in my own channel, and I get a link. Are we allowed to talk about this on YouTube? I don't see why not. Like, the maximum it would do probably is like demonetize me. Oh no. Like, come on. I'm in Russia anyway. I'm not getting any money out of doing this. Haven't gotten a single penny or ruble. But I feel like we're doing something illegal, because usually people fucking earn money doing YouTube. I don't. If I did, I would probably avoid this theme. Theme is not... I use theme like I do in Russian. In Russian, theme means idea, I guess? Topic. In Russian, theme means topic. So yeah, you feel like we're doing something illegal because usually it almost is. Your speed can show this thing down. True. That's a crazy fucking situation. And also, isn't he himself also a minor? Isn't the whole situation extra problematic because of that? Yeah, I guess that's his entire brand, being completely wild. After I search for register, we have more stuff. This we just did on the stream. I'm probably gonna love this the more and more I use it. Bro's never heard of underwear. Okay, question. Do you guys sleep naked or with underwear? For my entire life, he turned 18 at the start of this year. Ah, I see. For most of my life, I always slept in underwear, but recently I stopped. Like, I started sleeping naked. It suddenly started being more comfortable to me for some reason. I also recently started drinking tea. I was like the biggest coffee addict ever. I never drank tea because I thought it tasted like swamp water. And now, to be fair, default tea still tastes like swamp water, but fruity cute tea is actually good. It's actually good. I usually have shorts on. God damn. Shorts feel like they would be even more uncomfortable. And I've heard of people who sleep in fucking jeans, which is terrifying. Who cares about underwear? Get this, I sleep with socks. That I can see more easily than sleeping without underwear. Let me try to elaborate. to me, sleeping with socks on is more normal than sleeping without underwear. Like, what can you do? Your feet are cold. I can very much understand that. My feet are super cold very often. There's no, like, easy way to solve this. I live with my parents, so yeah. Gotta stay strapped. Yeah, actually, I'm with my parent as well. So, like, waking up, wanting to, like, go somewhere, like to the bathroom, for example, having to put on underwear is kind of annoying. So I'm waiting until when I live by myself, so I can be like completely free. Search for a character is another thing that I recently implemented. Is the same thing as like this, and then you search for a single character, except it would work now. Best feeling in the world is waking up Saturday morning, realizing you don't have to get up yet, and then stripping your socks off to continue sleeping. That sounds incredible. When I used to have obligations, that feeling was always like, it was incredible. Fuck, I remember quitting university and then suddenly like getting all this time on my hands. And you would think I would be like, I don't know, chilling out or fucking watching something, like resting, I don't know, something like this. No, I quit university so I could get more time to grind programming. I was like, fuck yeah, I wake up, eat, immediately go to programming, get tired, eat, immediately go to programming, get tired, eat, programming, sit on a chair, record a diary, sleep, and every single day. I was so happy. I was so incredibly happy. And ever since I moved back to my hometown, I've been trying to get back to that point, because I can pretty easy, yeah, I probably was the happiest I ever have at that point. I want to come back badly. Even though on paper, it seemed like I was so fucking rough to myself, and I was. It was still an issue in some ways, but overall, if we like sum everything up, it was so good. Yeah. So, looking forward to making it as good again. So, search for character exists for a similar reason why literal search exists, is because there's no guaranteed way for you to search for a character and not have to escape it. Literal, no way to just have a literal search. And sure, you could do literal search and then some character, maybe like a / enter, but that's kind of too many things to press. I would rather it be simpler. So leader S, character, boom, we're there. And I think even motion should work. No, they shouldn't. No, yeah, they shouldn't. Emotions don't work. Yeah. That's very convenient. But one thing that I noticed, yeah, once you get in the flow, it's smooth as fuck. True, yeah. I'm starting to get back into the flow. I'm starting to feel happier and more alive. I spent the last like many months being severely unsatisfied, because the most things that I did, I was learning on the course, not very satisfying, because it's not anything that I'm interested in, and I'm not like putting in the full effort. Like, can you put full in effort learning fucking ADO.NET or fucking MS SQL? No, like, you won't. At least I won't. Or fucking even worse, Razor pages. So I was doing that. I was actively trying to move away from AutoHotkey, the language that I got comfortable in, and in which I could do some real cool programming that felt satisfying. And I was like starting to learn Rust, and also like learning C# at the same time, and also trying to move to Linux at the same time. So most of what I do is either learning or configuring stuff. And I don't really have an option to consistently just program and feel good about it. And now I'm finally starting to get back into it. And today's session feels amazing. You can see that proof in the way of amount of hours that I streamed today. It's probably like 8 or something at this point. 4.5 plus 3.5 is 8. Yeah, 8. I just recently got into HK just to map caps to escape. That is literally, more or less, my beginning with AutoHotkey. But by the way, if fucking tutorial girl, oh my god. So if you are on Windows, there's a better way to remap one key to another key directly that will work better. Reg remap, and I have a video on it, as I often do. So watch this, it's better for one-to-one remaps. And if you're on Linux, then you wouldn't be, because you wouldn't be using HK. But on Linux, it's simpler, but also worse. It's interesting. Let's do layouts. Yes, keyboard. So on Linux, what it is, okay, tile, this as a thing. Boom. Okay, so on KDE at the very least, you go to keyboard, layouts, actually advanced, you click caps lock behavior, make caps lock conditional escape. So on Linux is just an option that you click. That's it. You don't have to do any scripting, and there's like quite a lot of options, but those options that you don't have, you then just have to edit a single file that's already on your system. I guess this is one good quality about Windows. It promotes Linux and app. It's so true. It's so fucking true. You suggested reg remap to me on the last stream. Ah, but it's permanent and requires restart to toggle on off. So you want to toggle it. Interesting. I need caps lock in some games. Right. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that's fair. So I guess this is more so for stuff that you want permanently. Yeah, and then I guess HK would shine in your case. I only play games with controller, so I don't even like consider that. Yeah. What was I talking about? Yeah. Finally getting back into programming and feeling good about it. Right, so I streamed 8 hours today. That is crazy, by the way. And the reason why I've been able to do that is because of how happy I feel, because of how accomplished I feel in today. I did so much, and this so much is not even, oh, I configured so many things and I installed so many programs like I usually do. Not these type of distraction type of achievements. Sure, like installing a new NeoVim plugin, configuring it, and getting used to using it, I think it's helpful. I think it's a good thing. I think it's good that I do it. But it's not what's actually important. What's actually important is using all of those tools to program and to make actual stuff that is useful to me and others. And today I've done that. I've made an actual super cool, useful program that anyone can now install and use for something that, at the very least, I do all the time. And that it feels so fulfilling. That makes me happy. This turned into a just chatting session rather than programming. Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Like, for me, having every stream be programming only, like, that's not ideal. So being able to switch between some programming here, some just talking here, it's like the perfect balance. It feels really nice. So don't say sorry, that's actually a good thing. It's a very good thing. Thank you. That's great. And as I publish it and see people install it, let's actually still haven't added it. I should. Let's crates.io. What? Woohoo! We're gonna solve a CAPTCHA! Let's go! Where are the bicycles? Woohoo! Well, that was easier than I expected. A surprising amount of people installed the cloner. 42 people. That's insane. If we go look at my channel to like look at the views to try to see how many, maybe a lot of people saw the video and therefore installed it. You missed the one in the shadow. What? You missed the one in the shadow. I don't understand what you mean. Right, so my videos. Let's look at how many views Cloner got. More useful, yes, so 127. So it's almost like every third person installed it, which is not true, meaning that people somehow found this and installed it. So not only did my viewers install it, but other people too. That's crazy. Oh, yeah, the delay is crazy. It makes like live interaction harder. So I'll try to use lower latency next stream, see if it like works on my system, I guess. No, not monocle. Right. Fuck. Let's add web search and for C, yeah, let's create new shortcuts name rates.io. And yes, by the way, KDE comes with a fucking Googler, something that I have a video on that I made in AutoHotkey. Linux just comes with it. You just have it. Like, here you go. You're welcome type of stuff. So quite a bunch of stuff that I made in AutoHotkey is just there on Linux. Isn't that amazing? And the other stuff I'm making to be on Linux and not only Linux. Yeah. After I made search for character, I recognized, fuck, I kinda want to be able to search for a new line, but search for character is literal, and it's supposed to be. And it's search for a single character, not two, where I would be doing something like this. And even then I want two new lines. So I wanted to make a function to specifically search for new lines. I know, right? Like, it's like, wow. Like, I had to program that shit. And I get to just have it to begin with. You can add your search engines with their own keywords. So the thing that I used to have on Windows, where I would say E and then the name of the emoji that I want to search for my thumbnails, I can have the same exact thing without re-implementing it. So search for new lines does exactly what I wanted. Now, when I press letter A, it searches for two new lines. And I can do, let's add another new line here. I can do to letter A to now search for two continued blank lines together. And if I press N, nothing happens because it's the only one. Now, this is pretty specific. Searching specifically for new lines, but I think it's actually a thing that you want to do pretty often, like often enough. Say you're in a project and you know that there's some place that has two new lines between two things and you want to jump there. Or maybe you want to quickly navigate between functions, so you just letter A and you just boom, 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 boom. Okay. Well, to be fair, you would just be pressing these, as you can see. But if you want specifically two new lines or maybe even more, you now have the option to do that. And search for current word. Right, when I was talking about, oh, this feature is implemented as new of Vim. No, that one isn't. This one supposedly is, but not really. So search current word is the same thing, but let me think, like, what the fuck does this do? Like, why is it better? I forget. I don't actually remember why I made this, but I remember this being useful. Yeah, I don't remember, but pretty sure it solved some issue. So if you ever were annoyed by how the star searches for words, this probably fixes it. I can only imagine, because as I am now, I can't complain. I'm super fine with it. Yeah, so this is my big.lua file. It contains all of the like cool functionality that I made myself. But then I also have functions, which is just abstractions for the most part, with some like stuff. I have VS Code functions, which is functions that's called VS Code commands. Does it search from your clipboard? Well, that would be what the default does too. No? I guess something to take into consideration is that this function of mine, aside from just searching, it also copies the current word, which I didn't fully realize until just now. And that is pretty fucking nice, actually. Ah, I see. I made a feature and I wasn't fucking using it. Yes, yeah, exactly. So something I do really often is search for the current word and then go back. No, I was speaking random bullshit. I don't really need to yank it often. Yeah, I don't remember what issue this function solves, but I'm pretty fucking sure it solves some issue. I don't remember. But if you wanted, like, if from my clipboard, like, if I have something in my clipboard and I want to search for it, well, that's just search for register. Yeah, search for the register, which is F. So, boom, and I can immediately do so. Maybe what this is solving, say I search for function, and there's some word that has function, and then some other letters, and my thing will only search for function by itself. We need to find a problem for this solution. That's literally so me. Yeah, pretty much. Undefined. Can you check basically something like this situation? You have this and the same word, but that also has more stuff, where the star would search for this word too. Like, is this the case? Because if that's the case, my thing solves it. Damn, I fucking wonder, like, it's so mysterious. What's even more mysterious is why does it use regex here? We're using regex here. Why do we need to? Okay, well, let's just remove these mappings and reload and see, like, why. Okay, what if I do this? No. So, why? Why does this exist? I'm so confused. I have no clue. I have no fucking idea. What's the problem with the default? Okay, let's try to figure out, why do I use regex there? Imagine working with thousands of people with 10,000 lines of code when we're having issues with our new config. Nah, I'm sure it will be fine. Right? does it do? Like, what does it do? Okay, well, one issue that I can find, if we use search for current word, it would yank this, and I'll then search for this, because I consider it a word here. But if I use the default behavior on them, it searches for the next actual word. This is not really an issue because it's more useful. Right? Like, so that's not really it. This is like using Rust to create Rust again. True. Like, what am I doing here? Like, what's the issue? Let's read the docs. Let's read the docs. They might explain what's the issue there. Search forward for the count's occurrence of the word nearest to the cursor. The word used for the search is first off. More safe and blazingly faster. I think it's not even faster. It might be slower. The first keyword after the cursor in the current line, the non-blank word under the cursor, and the first non-blank word. Okay. Only whole words are searched for, like with this. Exclusive, ignore cases used. Smart cases not. Like, okay, so like with the command keyword, exclusive ignore case, smart case is not. Oh. Hold up. Found it. Fuck yeah. Found the problem to solution. So, what I was incredibly annoyed by, I'm sure, is that search for current word doesn't care about casing. What? I guess not. I guess not. I guess just I'm incorrect about that. We're using VS Code. We don't get to talk about speed here while it takes 90% of our RAM and CPU. Super true. Yeah. We really shouldn't be saying blazingly fast. Is it really? Right, so this, if this was the problem, this definitely isn't the solution. Yeah, so basically now is a lie. No, like, I should look into more, like, why the fuck am I using regex here for? Escaped word. Thing is, it's not escaped, which is even more confusing. Like, it's not escaped. Right? Like, we're just using the default register. We don't escape it. So we can only assume that this got changed because I got annoyed in the changed behavior, but then forgot that this does nothing. So let's use something I never use, git blame, because I don't usually blame myself. Right. It's not going to be useful because I recently refactored my config and moved this function into this file, so I don't know the changes prior. Just comment this out. You'll find out in a few days if you had some issue that you were trying to solve. Yeah, that's true. Super true. Valiantly trying to figure out why I made this. Like, and once again, the fucking regex. Why is there regex? Why the fuck is there regex? Ooh, something that... Right, that's pretty cool. What if... just got an idea for a different feature. So, it's kind of unnecessary to have both the star and this thing to do the same thing. What if instead the star means that we first of all go forward, and second of all we end up on the like on the end of the search. So here. And if we use this, we end up at the start. And both of them go forwards. That's pretty nice. It's like the Spider-Man meme where he points to himself. True. This doesn't happen to me often. I'm usually a good programmer that knows for sure what the fuck I was doing even like multiple months ago. I'm just very careless with my new Vim config because I hate Lua so much. You did this? No, you did this? What is this? Yeah, this is new to me, honestly. Okay, function to move the... Yes, we did that. New lines jump... New lines jump to end. Oh, we did this. Remaps for regex, we did this. That is like whatever. Let's write down the feature that I want to implement, and it's almost, yeah, it's 2:30. It's almost 3 a.m. I should be sleeping as soon as possible. So I should stop like trying to implement everything. At some point I have to sleep. Right, so is not for both word and selection. This will make this separation more useful because I pretty much always use the star and almost never use the hash symbol, the sharp, the number, the fucking prison symbol. It's 12:10 here. Must be in bed as well. Yeah. We're gonna go both to bed. Satisfied with the day. I hope you too. And yeah. But should I implement this right now? Like, it should be simple. Yeah, but you know what else is simple too? Sleeping. Okay, that's a lie. That's kind of hard, honestly. Sleeping is more difficult than programming for me. Yeah. Okay, if I don't do it on stream, I'll just do it off stream still before sleeping. So, fuck it. Okay. Real programmers don't even use the keyboard, they just stare at the stream until the fuck. And when that actually happens, which sometimes happens, that's the scariest part. Right, so let's say escape, and we do E, so this works. We do this. Right, so say we local, or rather we do this local, end and end. Yes, so that's exactly how it works. So it's very reasonable. You just put end here. Hold up. Direction and where we end up. Where do we end up? At death. Let's call it death. Lol. But to be fair, we could figure out death from direction, from being real. So, if direction is, I'm not sure how we compare in Lua. No clue. So, if direction is this, hates Lua. Yep. If direction let's just wait, hold up. Yeah, we don't need direction anymore. D capital no, not capital, DV capital F D. We just always go forwards. Direction, where do we end up? We end up at death, so we call it death. Makes sense to me. I'm not going to make it like super reasonable. I'm gonna make it kind of dumb. So that is going to be this. No, this is going to be nothing. And this is going to be this. Uses NeoVim. I use NeoVim because it's obviously better than Vim. I actually used Vim script. It's somehow worse than AutoHotkey V1. Somehow. Lua is obviously better. I still hate it though. I like fucking fish shell more than Lua. Right, so this will continue to be the default behavior, but this will now end me up at the end. However, this is not escaped. I'm so unsure why I called it that. So let's make sure that it's actually escaped. So escape for a literal search, instead of character, we just wrap this around this. So now we get what's in the default register, which we just blooped. Escape for a literal search, which we're apparently using. YAML. That's not. That's a what? That's a data holding language. What do you mean? What do you mean it's better than everything? Like you know what I'm saying? Like is my opinion on this. Is my educated opinion. No, like it's not educated. I always found that phrase funny. Like, are you sure it's educated? I'm not. Right, so I'm thinking like, first of all, let's mark this as MC and go to selection. What's different here? Oh, we don't yank inside word. Okay, that's fair. Whatever then. Honestly, YAML, TOML, JSON, C, and KDL all suck. Really? I actually like JSON. I love JSON actually. JSON is great. I use it for my fucking links file that contains all the links that I need for one reason or another. It's a pretty fucking huge file when I think about it. Jesus. Yeah, it's pretty fucking big. Damn. It keeps going. All in JSON. Why? Because I like JSON. How is it the worst? Tell me. What is it the worst by? Now, I don't want my programming language to be too simple, but for a language like JSON, I would rather it be simple. It's the same with Linux distros. Someone does not like something, they create their own one, but we have 2,000 distros. True. But it's not necessarily a bad thing. What is a bad thing, though, is how, like, defensive we very easily become about our distro. How dare you use something that I do not use? My thing is better. If you use something different than what I use, I'm offended. Use the correct thing. And once again, not an exception to this. I super have those opinions. I've tried 2. Okay, 4. I tried Ubuntu and Kali on WSL. I tried Debian for real and Endeavour OS for real. And now I suddenly have this strange opinion that actually the best distribution ever is Endeavour OS. Girl, you tried 2. You tried 2. And yet I still hold this opinion proudly, and I'll get offended if you think I'm incorrect. Like, why do we do this as Linux users? It's silly. It's so silly. Oh, I've heard, like, about NixOS. Recently popped up. Looks the worst, most verbose, thus biggest. Most often breaks. Had to implement another file to... Okay, yeah, now I see what you mean. And they chose the worst looking comments initiator. Wait, you too? What the fuck? That's crazy. Another crazy thing. I honestly look the best comment initiator is a semicolon. HK has it best. Gotta be honest. It's so easy to press. It's a single character too. You just add a comment, boom. Yeah, the no comments disaster, that is pretty bad. I agree. I don't have an argument against it because yeah, that's pretty bad. Right, so search for current word, yanks the current word, duh, then gets that, literal searches it if we need to. We probably won't, but maybe we need to. Then we feed keys that, yeah, and then def that. So selection will do a very similar thing. The search operator, we change that to what? Change that to def. Oh, hold up. Oh my god. Wow, I'm so smart. I just used the fact that when you change something, you have that in your register. I actually fucking remembered to use it. I just like the vertical non-symmetrism. Where? Oh, like, I see what you mean. But like, your comment, like, would this be more symmetric? Not really, or at all, because it's in the home row. Yeah, I know, right? Like, and pressing not 1/ but 2, that's crazy. The fact that most languages use that instead of something cool like this, or at least this. Yeah, this is better. It's just, wow. Honestly, I despise double dash. It looks horrible. It was just... And the fact that I have such a strong opinion against them just shows how different opinions can be in the programming world about the smallest bullshit. It's often not in the home row. Really? That's wild. Yeah. That's silly. Oh. That's even sillier. Yeah, that's wow. I would never think about that ever. That's false. I'm usually the person who specifically thinks about those types of things, but I'm still like very surprised, you know. Right, so here we'll already do this. So the only thing changed here it would be death. Right. The semicolon is not in the home row in Italian or French. Well, usually programmers aren't Italian or French. You know? For the most part. I would be surprised if most programmers are either Italian or French. In my experience, most programmers are German for whatever reason, or have of the EU keyboard layouts. Those I don't know. I guess, yeah. But is the slash better? I don't think so. So we just escape selection and boom boom. Yeah, and this still works. No, CAQ, death. At this point, we use AI to find out the comments. Why should we suffer? True. Why even write comments anyway? As we have discovered. Oh, we haven't even discovered why I made the last function in this file to begin with. We still don't know. It's a fucking mystery. I would have to really go through my commits to figure that out. Like, why it exists. We still don't know. That's why you write fucking comments. The why comments. I have seen one German programmer, only Indian, American, and Nordic Europe. I know Misha. I know Andreas. I think Animan is also German. I don't remember though. Yeah. Oh my god. That is just silly. And the worst, at least for me, about it is that your like highlighter, like your syntax highlighter probably won't get it. Fuck. Right, so search for selection, forwards is just normal, and this has this death. Now, this function could be made better by not calling it death for close to no reason. Let's explain it actually. I call it death because that's where we end up in. Just like or no. So I don't make the same mistake. I should name this better, but whatever, it's like 3 AM. As if C had a working highlighter linter formatter. Yeah, that should never work for me on VS Code. Adam knew of him, god damn. What's convenient that I don't really rely on formatters? Oh, I see why this fucking doesn't work. Let's hold up, can I not do this? I can. So this is just said. I thought that it's like a different thing. Thankfully, it's not. Oh, it is. Oh, it just straight up is. Hold up. So it is like a weird version. Yeah. It's funny to use the wrong one while we're talking about comments. It's actually very I didn't even realize how funny that is. Right, so death should be called better. Can't think of the correct one though. The one thing I might be missing the most from Windows right now is wallpaper engine. Aren't you making it in Fish? And being super cool, by the way? I usually just go to the start of the line and rewrite it. Yeah, I usually do that too. It's just that being able to use NeoVim sed comfortably is a very big superpower potentially. Which is why I try to acquire it to some extent, so I become more comfortable with it, to use it in situations where it actually makes sense to use. Like, sure, like it's way easier for me to do it like this. But that way, if I just continue on to use the most comfortable thing, I never learn. So I try to learn when I can. I made so many wallpapers, can't use them. Ah, I see. Yeah, I can see that. I usually just have one and just rock it forever, kinda. Right, so we search for a literal escape selection, but can still decide on death. I get that. I need to practice it as well. What's most annoying about it is that it uses the same weird magic thing of NeoVim, so you have to remember what you have to escape and what you don't. It's very wonky, but it's still super useful. Well, that is just a switcher script that wraps over a WP daemon based on a system-wide selection of a theme in a predefined of 7 that changes daily and based on daylight. Bro, that is a condition and a half. Damn. This is a whole... That's not just a condition. It's a whole sentence. I'd like to make a wallpaper engine emol and Linux using, you know, Rust. Yeah, that sounds good. Rather than fucking Fish. I love Fish, but like, it's like forbidden love. I shouldn't love using a scripting like shell language that much. Bertus said that so casually. Yeah, it's just rocket science. I know, right? Lol. Just. Oh, I see Impel. Now, so usually what I should be doing is when I'm searching now, and then I do something like this. But if I'm doing the search for selection, first of all, let's reload so we can see our work in action. If we're not typing in our search or searching for selection, yeah, then like this, it makes sense to add it as an option. In that case, we also have, well, search for new lines. we might as well keep what it is. Yeah. Search for character. It's a single character, it doesn't need to have that. That is by itself. Search for register. I think a different direction is more useful. Rather, different ending point is more useful than direction, because I can just press capital N instead of N. Yeah. So instead of search operator, we do that, and DT this. I'll go eat anime and watch it. I love that type of humor. Good day and night to you too, because I also don't know. It should be day for you, right? That's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Right, okay, let's try to use set here. Right, so CMD, Lua, we change this to function Okay, let's try to go even further in. It doesn't show me what the fuck I'm searching for. Something. Yeah, something. And then CR space. We change that to function this and of course not. Why would it? Like, why would it? Oh, because no rejects. Because no rejects. Okay, that's my bad. I'm gonna go as well. It's already pretty late. Good morning then. True, it's always morning. Goodbye. Oh, it's past 9 AM for you? Damn. Oh shit, wow. Alright, I'm gonna finish this small chunk of bullshit and go to sleep soon too. Wild that it's soon though. Right, so what I need to do is function, and then I think that's how you do it, and then end. Nice, that was so unnecessary, but I finally get to learn how to interactively use rejects. I severely underuse rejects. Severely. What I could do here instead is how do I do it most efficiently? How do I do this most efficiently? I would do 30 GM word, then to the A register, yank word, then go here to the S register, yank find quote. You see where I'm going with this? Then S, capital V, paste from A, and then I do my regex stuff. Then base from S, and then we do function, and boom, you know? Yeah, so that's how I can do that type of action. It's arguably slower, but I think it's an experience type of thing. Right, so change 3 inside next quote. Absolutely crazy, by the way. And this, well. So search for register will now only go forward, because usually that's what I want. And then if I want to, I can CG capital N or just capital N. And that way I have like more consistency. Like if I'm using a weird function pretty much, I can only go one way. Which is why I'll actually do this. Oh, and the cool thing. Oh fuck, that's so nice. D2 word. Well, why would I want to not be? Oh, because I want to get to some end of line. Ooh, that's fair. Okay, so let's def and CAQ def. And by default, sure, let's keep it nothing actually. Yeah, let's to make it consistent, you know. Okay, that's fair. That's super fair. I actually like it a bit more now. Where are we? So search for selection, literal search. Same thing here. Okay. Right. Wouldn't this work? No, it wouldn't. This, okay. So search for selection. Does it accept def and work correctly? It does. Literal search. Search operator, fuck it honestly. We find it. DT this. And escape text. We add def onto it. Def norm. Wait, what? No, not norm. And the coolest thing is, I still have them. I still have them. That's so nice. And yeah, function 1 and y. I forgot. It's literally a forgetting issue. I forgot this because I relied on this prior. And then this. Okay, I'm getting getting like faster at using backslash, which is like the most annoying thing about all this. Boom. Now we can jump here, and okay, I was gonna say don't tell me that it's the last space and the last place where it's used. Okay, so here is def used? Not yet. Here it shouldn't be used, and here it should be used. All right, so Yeah, literal search now supports death. It's so bad that it's just now called that throughout this whole file. At least it's explained in the comment. I hope no one like looks at the explanation and says, yeah, that makes sense, because it's ridiculous. It's very ridiculous. It's a very silly name. Yeah, so we have that. Search for register should implement death too, and it does. Move, that's like unrelated, pretty much. This doesn't yet implement that. So let's DIA and search for it. DT. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good. Death and Cool. Epic. Does this work? Yes, it's at the very least supposed to. Wait, what the fuck am I doing? This is a character. What end of character do you expect, sis? You're silly. You're literally silly. Didn't think it would work. Yeah. Let's just d inside word. Hold up, d inside word. Move it to z. Gr. Hold up. grn. Cool. Like this. So since I decided that fuck directions, whatever, yeah. Yeah, I like consistency more than I like directions. So search for character. Right, we just go forwards, and we don't have death because it's a single character. Right? You silly goose. New lines string. We forgot to search for it. No? Yeah, I'm pretty sure we forgot to search for it. So we have, yeah, we forgot to search for it. Lol. We search v, right? Yes. Huh. How did that get through? Interesting. Okay, well, we search for those new lines. As many of them as we need, by the way. \n, like even if we do it like this, it still works, by the way. If it gives int, we have death, Boom, that's great. Search for current word works in a very similar fashion. And now it actually has a purpose. So I changed every other function to make this function make sense. Yeah. But I think this is better. Like, I want start or end of the word much more than I want to think about what end to press to go to the correct direction. Right, so that also means this. And now I don't need leader V. I don't need leader V, so question mark is just reject search. Normal thing is not reject search. And like, boom, here we go. Seems to have loaded up without errors. Like, quote unquote, compiler errors. Yeah. Cool. Right, so if I question mark, I forward search. Now I pretty much always forward search. Not even pretty much. Let's do another silly thing. It's not going to be very helpful probably to us, but this. Text objects, plugins, key map plugins. Right, so we only forward search. That is whatever. We forward search here, here, there. What I should be looking for is the opposite. We should be looking for question marks. Lol. Uh-huh. I might change that / remove it, whatever. But realistically, I can only search forwards now, which I think is going to be a benefit after all. Then map, let's end there. And then anytime I want to go up, I press capital M. Anytime I go down, I press lowercase n. And that is always going to be the case. I think this is going to solve a better annoyance than it will create an annoying issue. It's a balance. Then we can leader S this. And there's no leader capital S because it's a single character, no death. This, I end up at the end. This. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's like reiterate what we have. Think like this. We have a bunch of deaths. So we have search for selection. Yeah, let's try this out. I select this and boom. I already can feel the nice feeling of consistency of ends. I don't have to think. It's so nice. Okay. Or I could do like selection Or actually, yeah, it's in my register, so I could do leader F this to go to start, actually leader capital F this to go to the end. That's so nice. And I could search for new lines, CGN to connect them, which is at this point like completely crazy, but like wow. We have literal search, which is still leader C, function, and then leader capital C, function, and we're there. Fuck, I actually love this system a lot. What a great discovery. Then search for register, we already tried out, amazing. More defaults to other. I wanted to try out, then recognize that I don't need to. Search for character is great. Search for new lines is also amazing. Search for current word. I already noticed something incredible. The fact that this doesn't move me to another word. It stays me on this current one unless I'm here, or even if I'm here. It's like, wow, finally. And I can go. So I can use this whenever I want to search for the current word, but not necessarily do anything about it. Thought so. Yeah, and when I want, boom, that's a very interesting system. I like it more. I like it legit more. It's pretty fucking nice. And now I can be sure that it's definitely capital N. That's nice. I'm getting super hungry. I can like feel the hunger. At least there's no fear. I wonder if anyone gets this reference. Yeah. Everything tried out. Now the only thing left for me to do is get used to using them, for which I'll make more sticky notes. Fucking more. But at the very least, today I made a very impactful thing. So I didn't just like do random configuration like this. I actually did something useful. Gaff. So thank you for watching, everyone. Had a great streaming experience for, Jesus Christ, 8 hours and 40 minutes of streaming today. I had a lot of fun. That was great. So yeah, thank you for watching. Goodbye.